Oh, yeah. So we are going to start today's program, and we will start the program with setting a right intention, a positive, constructive mind as a starting point. As we all know, that is very important part of this kind of gathering. A positive, a constructive mind as a intention to join the class. And that can be very, very simple, straightforward, a common sense positive mind, such as simply thinking from our heart, today I'm here to join this gathering, to listen, to contemplate, to meditate, to do some recitation in order to enhance, further develop some of those positive and helpful mental states, in order to benefit to myself, and also through that be able to reach out to others. For that purpose, for that reason, I'm here to join the class. That kind of very simple, common sense mind, yet it is very, very positive, constructive mind to be held, to be experienced. What is important is, that a positive, a constructive mind should come from our heart. A genuine, a sincere mind will be very, very useful, not in a form of mimicking, or not in a form of pretending, but a genuine. Then people who have spiritual path to follow, such as the teachings of the Buddha, then it is helpful, useful to start to join the class, with the mind according to the spiritual path that you are following. Like people who are following the teachings of the Buddha, a strong, clear mind taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. Buddha as one's own spiritual teacher, his teachings, Dharma, as a means, methods to be applied in our everyday lives, to be experienced, to be actualized, and Sangha as one's own spiritual friends, to share our experiences, joys, happiness, fulfillment, as well as difficulties, challenges, while in the spiritual journey, learning from them, discussing with them, sharing with them the spiritual path that we are following. And this mind taking refuge in three jewels, in these three different ways: Buddha as a teacher, Dharma as a actual means, methods to be applied, and Sangha as a spiritual friends, is not just occasionally, hold that kind of mental states, not just only when we are having difficult times, or not in that kind of occasional, but try to hold that mind, as many times as possible. Try to live with that mind, as close as possible, and thinking, the three jewels are my refuge. To refuge in the sense of to be free from dukkha and origins of dukkha. Not only the surface, those temporary dukkha and the origins of dukkha, but thinking, they are my refuge, me to experience the complete cessation of dukkha and the origins of dukkha. So holding that kind of mind. Then also some of you may, following within the teachings of the Buddha, may follow, the Bodhisattva and the teachings, Vajra and the teachings. If that is the case, then this mind taking refuge is not just, thinking not just myself be free from dukkha and the origins of dukkha, but also thinking these are my refuge, me to work for the sake of all living beings, be free from dukkha and the origins of dukkha. For that reason, I'm here to join these activities. So, holding that mind at the beginning of the class, and during the sessions, during the the tea breaks, every now and then, briefly reminding ourselves, this is the reason why I'm here. If we do that, it will be very, very useful. Then also another very, very helpful, useful mental states to be held, to be experienced at the beginning of the class is the bodhicitta, the altruistic awakened mind, the mind which genuinely, sincerely concerns, cares, well-beings of many, many living beings, regardless of our connections, present connections, our present relationships, regardless of different relationships that we have, but from our side, genuinely, sincerely concerns, what's called care, well-beings of all living beings, but also not just concern and care of their well-beings, but also actively working, doing things for the beings of well-beings of all living beings, no matter how small that might be, but in terms of our intention, in terms of our the aspiration is completely sort of pure and sincere and genuine, even though the action itself might be very, very simple, just giving, showing the right directions, person who get lost, giving a cup of tea, person who needs, something to drink, and so on and so forth. So this mind, the altruistic awakened mind, bodhicitta, also very, very useful to start the day, to start the event, to start the activities with this mind. So try all our best to have a positive, a constructive intention to join the class. Oh yeah, in the prayer book, page 27, refuge and bodhicitta lines. Sanje cheda tsoje chonam la chanjo pado dane kyaso che dage che jibe sunam di dola benje sanje doba jo. Sanje cheda tsoje chonam la chanjo pado dane kyaso che dage che jibe sunam di dola penje sanje doba jo. Sanje cheda tsoje chonam la chanjo pado dane kyaso che dage che jibe sunam di dola penje sanje doba jo. Oh yeah, thank you. So we will do meditation in the next session. Yeah. Oh. When I saw you, I know this person, but yes. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Good, thanks. Yeah.
Good.
How about yourself?
Yeah. Well. Oh yeah. I like your mustache.
Thank you. It's based on the Pakistani Pandita.
Okay, yes, that's true. Oh yeah. So as you know, we are reading this Tsongkhapa's text among 18 volumes of his work. We are reading this one of the most important texts on the subject of emptiness, and so the main topic of this text, the essence of true eloquence, is emptiness, and the subject is emptiness is explained and taught according to two the Buddhist philosophical, Mahayana Buddhist philosophical schools, that is Chittamatra school and Middle West school, Madhoni school and Middle West school. And our reading, we started from the second, that is the Middle West school's presentation, by Tsongkhapa presentation on emptiness. So middle of the text that we started, and 2-3 months ago, or even longer, I can't remember now. So first, before that we read the text, really try to to remind ourselves why we are studying this topic in the overall the emptiness and which is, I think, is quite important for us to to continue our enthusiasm to study and then what you have studied, what you have read, what you have contemplated, eventually put into practice. So the main reason is this, as Tsongkhapa himself said, and also many other great the Buddhist teachers have said, when the Buddha himself have mentioned. The main reason is although there are the difficulties or the positive things that we experiences in our daily lives, in our everyday lives, positive things, and also the difficulties due to the external facilities, external conditions, external the what you call the causes and conditions, but the main causes and conditions that ourselves to experience the genuine, long-lasting fulfillment, joy, happiness on the one hand. On the other hand, ourselves to be completely free from any form of dukkha, any form of difficulties. The answer from the Buddhist, according to the Buddhist teachings, answer is very much within ourselves, not very much from the outside, even though from the outside conditions may provide us the conditions to have joy, happiness, and to ease our difficulties, but eventually, or we need to look at solution within ourselves. And among those solutions that we need to look at within ourselves, we are talking about our mental states, our thoughts, emotions, and the minds. And these make them, we should sort of make them as a sources, as a causes and conditions to make us individually, make us, a person who is, who experiences genuine sense of fulfillment, genuine sense of joy, genuine sense of, genuine deep satisfaction, and also, eventually also be to, if you look at to the others' well-beings that I just mentioned, when I was talking about setting the right intention, if individuals who would like to, provide genuine sense of fulfillment, genuine sense of joy, happiness to the others, again, it is very much within ourselves, our mental states, our thoughts, our emotions, make them as a main sources, main causes and conditions, and then to fulfill that our wish or our aspiration. And it is equally same that things that we would like to overcome, the difficulties. Again, using our own mental states, emotions, and thoughts, and among them, this, the Buddha and the subsequently Buddhist teachers have, they explain, technically called wisdom, or sometimes, the term is used, seeing the things and events as they are, or realizing the things and events as they are. So that the wisdom is need to be cultivated, need to be enhanced within ourselves. On the one hand, to fulfill our aspirations, our wishes. On the other hand, to be free from those challenges, difficulties that we experiences. So among the wisdom that we need to cultivate it, that Buddha taught, like a wisdom realizing nature of impermanence, wisdom realizing nature of dukkha, wisdom realizing nature of the emptiness, and that's what we are here. So although the topic itself, while we are going to read, because we are dipping quite detail in terms of the presentation, sometimes we may get lost while we are studying this subject, while I'm reading this text, because we are reading quite dipping in quite down, going quite thorough. Therefore, we may get lost. So it is useful to remind ourselves, these pages, these paragraphs, these statements that I'm reading, the step by step, gradually may help me to grow the wisdom that that is the sort of the need to experience. So as we read, the previous one of the previous Saturday, the previous month Saturday, my visit Saturday, as Tsongkhapa clearly stated in that short text, which is the prayers to Buddha, through his teachings of dependent originations, the Tsongkhapa clearly stated, in the first verse, Jigden Kuba Chingiba Te Zawa Marikde. So the disadvantages or the shortcomings, shortcomings, the disadvantages or the difficulties that that we that we experience, these all are very much deep-rooted within this ignorance, within the, they are the root of these shortcomings, these difficulties, is the root is the ignorance. Then then what is the solution? What is the solution to really to uproot, to remove that ignorance, that fundamental, the confusion? Then he said it is through understanding, having the understanding of dependent origination, which that the Buddha, the historical Buddha, had taught. So that is here. That is here, and there are many other things which, as I briefly remind you, the same, the writer Tsongkhapa, if you read his middling, among three versions of Lamrim, the gradual path to enlightenment that he taught. If you read the middling, as well as if you read the most extensive version of Tsongkhapa's Lamrim, Gradual Path to Enlightenment, in the Emptiness section, that is the later, in the most extensive one, in English, the third book. And then just before Tsongkhapa explains detail on the subject, he clearly stated the purpose. What is the purpose of studying this subject, this topic? And there he explains, this fundamental ignorance is the root of the difficulties, and how it should be uprooted. What is the best sort of, the tools or the means to uproot that fundamental ignorance? So that there's a nice presentation, and it is also, for us to remember that. So that is the today's just remind for all of us why we are reading and studying this text. Oh yeah. Now then, our reading, as I mentioned earlier, we are reading the, out of those two, two sort of two Buddhist philosophical schools, a view of emptiness, presentation of view of emptiness by Tsongkhapa in this text, Essence of Eloquence. We are reading the second, that is the Middle West school. And our reading, last my visit, we finished that out of three outlines under the the presentation by the Tsongkhapa's presentation on the Master Bhavivaveka's explanation. There are three outlines: ultimate presence and absence of reality. That is on page 265. Reality in persons and things. That's the first outline. That is page 265. Then actually that outline start there. Then second outline is conventional existence and non-existence of things and things external. And then the third outline is the main reason. That is the page 270, second outline. And then third outline is the main reasons for negation of ultimate existence, and that is page 272. So out of those three outlines, we covered the first outline, and today our reading, this Saturday's reading will start the second outline, which is page 270. And 270, the conventional existence and non-existence of things external. So we'll start from there. But before I do that, I want to recap a little bit on the first outline, which is quite important one. Hopefully at least some of you have read after my last visit here. If you have read, then you may have the what you call the so if you haven't read, then you are in a big trouble. Okay. Yeah. Now, as I myself, prepared when I decided to read this text, and also I think I had mentioned that maybe here, also in other places, because I'm reading this same text in 3 places in UK. And also, people who like to really, although most of the presentation, what I'm saying here, I may repeat again in London, in Jamyang, in Bath, in Bath, but there are some area I may have said slightly differently and may have expanded a little bit differently. So if you are interested, you can visit their websites. You can, and if you have a time, you can read, listen, not read, listen, and here. For example, this section that we are try to understand, and not that many pages really. Just page 265 to all this 273. So less than 10 pages. Less than 10 pages, according to the Western, numerating the pages. And the Tibetan is different. We'll just count one page, like this, 1 page. This is 2 pages now. In the Western counting, this 2 pages. Anyway, I'm just teasing you. So what is useful here? People who are seriously want to understand why Tsongkhapa going through, explaining different middle way schools, masters, the presentations on this subject, on emptiness, let alone different middle way schools, within the middle school, different schools like the autonomous school and the consequential school. Don't worry about those terms. I'm just. But what Tsongkhapa has done in here, as we are reading now, after explaining overall in the sense of the general. How these Nagarjuna and his the disciple Aryadev, how they present their texts, like Nagarjuna's text, Mula Madhyamika Karika, Fundamental Wisdoms, and some of his other texts, as we saw, and also the Aryadevs. Like 400 stanzas. So what Tsongkhapa has done this is how these two great Indian masters have presented, have taught on this subject, that is emptiness, on the subject of emptiness. That's what we already covered, and the very the general presentation. Now what Tsongkhapa is doing, as we started, what Tsongkhapa is doing now, from that, after that he goes different Madhyamika schools, masters presentation on emptiness, and our the reading is mainly one of those Madhyamika schools masters, that is Bhavivaveka. Bhavivaveka, around 4th or 5th century, great Indian masters, Buddhist scholars as well as great practitioners, and how Bhavivaveka understands, first of all, the Panchaparamita Sutras and the other Mahayana Sutras, on relation to the emptiness, and also how Bhavivaveka understands Nagarjuna and Aryadev's texts. And that's what we are doing here. Or what is useful in here is Bhavivaveka's understanding and the presentation in these from his writings. As we know, one of his texts is like a commentary on Nagarjuna's fundamental wisdom, as we know, this called Lamb of Wisdom, so Sherab Deme. And also his own, writing, not necessarily commentary. From those texts, Bhavivaveka presents his understanding of emptiness, reading the sutras like Panchaparamita Sutras, like other Mahayana Sutras, and then reading the commentaries, by Nagarjuna and the Bhavivaveka. So the reading although at this stage what we are doing is we are reading, we are studying Tsongkhapa's understanding of Bhavivaveka's, how Bhavivaveka presents emptiness, how Bhavivaveka, understands the emptiness, and our approach is through, in this case, our approach is through Tsongkhapa's explanation of Bhavivaveka's notion of emptiness, Bhavivaveka's explanation of emptiness, and that is what we are here. And it is very important for us to get that. And we all know this. I already mentioned this several times. Now, in here, the first, the what you call the outline, which is the one of the most important things to try to understand. This first outline is ultimate presence and absence of reality in persons and things. So this term ultimate in Tibetan, Tsongkhapa, Tsongkhapa. So this, is there any form of ultimate? Is there any form of ultimate or true? Sometimes another term is used, true, ultimate. In this, so under this, under this, under this outline, what Tsongkhapa is doing, Tsongkhapa explains us, the Bhavivaveka, how Bhavivaveka, sees, understands, and presents, the existence of ultimate within the person and within the phenomena. Exist in a ultimate. Does Bhavivaveka assert? Does Bhavivaveka sees? There's some kind of ultimate within the person, as a person, within the things and events. As the things and events. Is there any some kind of ultimate to them? And that is what here this section is really something important one, and which we already covered. What I'm going to do here is what we have covered under this outline. We had covered what Tsongkhapa has said in just I will just go some kind of overall, just this under the first outline. Tsongkhapa clearly mentioned in here, in this section, when we start to read, the Bhavivaveka's texts written by Bhavivaveka as a commentary, on Nagarjuna's fundamental wisdom, like the text which is called, that is, as we know here, it is called the Wisdom Lamp here, and that is the commentary written by Bhavivaveka. And also there are other texts which is not as a commentary but as a his own presentations. So what Tsongkhapa said, when we read what you call the Bhavivaveka's the texts, to understand whether Bhavivaveka asserts, sees, understands existence of ultimate, ultimate existence, whatever term that we use, ultimate existence within the person, within as a person, within the things and events. When we want go through these texts, not that very clear his version of this to understand this subject, However, there's one thing which we will get quite clear on the topic from his text, is when Bhavivaveka when Bhavivaveka argues with some of those mind-only schools masters, like the Asanga, or like Asanga and other mind-only schools masters. When Bhavivaveka argues with the mind-only schools masters, from those arguments, then we will get quite clear, the view of whether ultimate exists within the person and the things or not, from the according to the Bhavivaveka. So that's the one. So how and what is the precisely where we can from what kind of argument that we will get, that we will understand the Bhavivaveka's standpoints on this issue when he argues with the Chittamatrin. And here then argument is this, between the Bhavivaveka and the Chittamatra masters. Argument is this: when Chittamatra masters, like Asanga, when these masters, they say, within the Buddha's teachings, the sutras, particularly in this case, Mahayana sutras, and in this case, within the Mahayana sutras, to the Panchaparamita sutras, the second turning of the wheel of the Dharma, and third turning of the wheel of the Dharma. Within those two groups of Mahayana sutras, Chittamatra masters like Asanga, they see, they interpret, they understand the Panchaparamita sutras, what is taught in the Panchaparamita sutras, like Heart Sutra by the historical Buddha, what is taught in the Panchaparamita sutras, what is taught in the Panchaparamita sutras, that teachings need interpretations. That teaching needs interpretations, because it needs interpretation, because what is taught in the Panchaparamita sutras, cannot be accepted, cannot be agreed as it is taught. Therefore, it needs interpretation. It needs interpretation according to the Chittamatra master. So, what is taught as in the Panchaparamita sutras? In the Panchaparamita sutras, Buddha taught from the form, that's the starting point, to all the way up to qualities of the enlightenment. That means all the things and events. In the Panchaparamita sutras, like Heart Sutras, from the form to all the way up to enlightenment, Buddha taught, there are absence of, the identity reality. I'm using Bob Thurman's translation. Identity, form is identity, absence of identity reality. Feeling is absence of identity reality, and continue go like that. Absence of, empty of identity reality. The absent, empty, whatever term that you use. That is what is taught in the Panchaparamita Sutra. As we read the Heart Sutra, form is empty, emptiness is form, emptiness is not other than form, form is not other than emptiness. Likewise, feeling, discrimination, and then saying no form, no feeling in the sense of, the form empty of identity reality, feeling empty of identity reality, and so on and so forth. In Tibetan, ngo nyi meba, suk ngo nyi meba, pung choa ngo nyi meba, and so on. That is what here translated, absence of identity reality. According to the Chittamatra masters, that cannot be, cannot be accepted, cannot be agreed as it is taught, because forms, things have identity reality. They are not absence of identity reality, and therefore, what is taught in the Panchaparamita Sutras in other words, Panchaparamita Sutras are interpretable sutras. Interpretable sutras, or need to be interpreted, and sutras belongs to the third turning of the wheel of the Dharma, particularly like Samdhinamachana Sutra, that here it is translated saying illustration of intention, elucidation of intention. Those are the what's called the definitive sutras. Definitive in the sense of it can be accepted as it is what is taught in those sutras. Among those sutras, now here our argument, our sort of debate or the the debate between the Bhavivaveka and the middle way school mind-only school master is this particular sutra. That sutra, as I just mentioned, not illustration. Illustration of intention, Samdhinamachana Sutra, and within that sutra has 10 chapters. That sutra has 10 chapters, and the seventh chapter, which is called the. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Oh, you got that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that this is the Samdhinamachana Sutra. Within the sutras belongs the third turning of the will of the Dharma. This is one of the sutra, and it has 10 chapters, and 10 chapters are the result of 10 bodhisattvas asked 10 different questions, and our reading, the connection to our one is the chapter 7. The question asked by this bodhisattva called Paramata Sammutaga. So that is what's said in Tibetan Tuandamyangda Pak. So in this sutra, in this chapter, this master, now you got it, I tried to bring, but it's quite heavy, then I didn't bring it. So now I'll introduce to the people. So it has some chapters are big, some are a little bit shorter. This is relatively one of the big chapter. Now, in this chapter, the main essence is this. If I borrow this text, because now we are going into different direction. Anyway, now let go then. Because we skipped that first part, that's the one of the main reasons why we are struggling a little bit here. This master, this bodhisattva, asked Buddha, the historical Buddha. He asked the historical Buddha, saying, "You taught in the first turning of the will of the Dharma. Teachings belongs to the first turning of the will of the Dharma. You taught, form has identity, reality, and so on and so forth. In the second turning of the will of the Dharma, you taught form doesn't have identity, reality. Feeling doesn't have identity, reality. Then so and so forth, all the way up to enlightenment. In other words, if we say that, say, in the first turning of the will of the Dharma, the teachings, the sutras belongs to the first turning of the will of the Dharma, like the Four Noble Truths, like this what you call the Tendekido, something, not some, the Dependent Rising Sutra, what's it called? There's one Sanskrit term. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So there are a group of sutras belongs to the first turning of the wheel of the Dharma. So this Bodhisattva asked Buddha, so in those sutras, you taught, they have, all these things have identity reality. But in the second turning of the wheel of the Dharma, in the Panchaparamita Sutra, you taught they don't have the identity reality. And yourself being a fully awakened person, yourself being a fully awakened being, I don't think you have any confusion. I don't think you have any contradiction within your realizations, yourself being fully awakened being. So therefore, tell us why you taught in these two contradictory teachings. And in this chapter, because this Bodhisattva asked that, then the Buddha said, you're right. In the teachings belongs to the first turning of the wheel of the Dharma. You're right, I taught this. The form has identity reality. All the other things have identity reality. I taught that. You're right. And the teachings belongs to the second turning of the wheel of the Dharma. You're right. I said they don't have. Then what Buddha said, yes, I taught this because this reason. So the reasons are this. Instead of reading the sutra is quite long here. So people who have the book, page 192 here in the, now I'm going to the back, I'm going back to the two, here it says this, page 192, this Bodhisattva's name in the middle of that said Paramata Samutgata. So now this is what Buddha is giving, I teach the intrinsic unreality of things, intending the following three types of such unreality: identity unreality, production unreality, and ultimate unreality. So this is the Buddha's answer. The Buddha's answer, yes, you are right, are taught in the Panchaparamita Sutra, this absence of intrinsic identity reality, or the absence of the identity reality, but are taught identity reality in terms of these three. The first one is identity unreality, second one is production unreality, third one is ultimate unreality. What are taught unreality? The absence of reality in the second turning of the wheel of the Dharma in the Panchaparamita Sutra, like no form, no feeling, no, like this, all the way up to enlightenment, are taught this because of these three. The first one is identity unreality, second one is production unreality, third one is ultimate unreality. And this is the short version. The first Buddha answered that. Then Buddha elaborated in the sutra, and the elaboration, if you look at in page 194, you will see the elaboration. Then in that same sutra, it says, what is the identity unreality of things? Then here, it is the imaginatively constructed nature. So Do you remember imaginatively constructed nature? It is referring to, okay, pause a little bit. I'm going too fast. Blah, 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 blah. Just say a few mantra. Mane pe me Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now here, Here the term is used, imaginatively constructed nature. Last my visits, we are using slightly different terms. In other words, those three natures. Do you remember those three natures? The first one is imputed nature. Second one is other power nature. Third one is thoroughly established nature. And just briefly to remind ourselves, although in the Mahayana Buddhist traditions, all things and events are explained. All things and events are explained under these two called, these two truths: ultimate truth and the conventional truth. Two truths, ultimate truth and conventional truth. That is the general how the things and the events are presented under those two truths. But in Chittamatra school, they choose a particular way of presenting the sort of all things and events. They present it under these so-called three natures. And the first nature is the imputed nature. And this is what here, how this translator is translated: imaginatively constructed nature. The commonly used term is used, translation is used, saying imputed nature. So I will stick with that, imputed nature. The second one is other power nature, and the third one is the thoroughly established nature. So all things and events are, according to Chittamatra school, mind-only school, all things and events are under these three natures. In fact, all things and events have these three natures. We can understand these three natures relation to all things and events. Similar to two truths. Two truths are two sides of the same coin. Ultimate truth and the conventional truths are the two sides of the same coin of the things and events. Like the ultimate truth of this table and the conventional truth of this table. Similar to that, mind-only school also presents these three natures, and the table can be understood under these three natures. Tables, the imputed nature, tables, other power nature, and tables, thoroughly established nature. So now if you just briefly that once again, if you go back briefly to that short the answer that Buddha given to the Bodhisattva, why Buddha taught the unreality, the identitylessness, unreality, the identitylessness, absence of identity reality. Why Buddha taught that in the Panchaparamita Sutras, and Buddha saying, I taught in the Panchaparamita Sutra, from the form to up to enlightened qualities of the enlightenment, unreality or absence of reality, empty of reality. I taught this because of these three reasons. And the first reason is identity unreality. Second reason is production unreality. And third reason is ultimate unreality. So now in the Buddha then goes a little bit detail. What does it mean, identity reality? Why I taught identity and reality? Identity and reality refers to, then out of those three natures, Buddha said, connection to the imputed nature. And that's what he says. What is the identity and reality of things? That's the question. Then the sutra goes saying, it is the imaginatively constructed nature. In other words, it is imputed nature. Imputed nature is, identity and reality. And that's what he is. Why? It is the nature established by name, so I will not go any detail that one. Then if you look at in the next page, page 195, then what is the production and reality of things? Then Buddha goes to, it is the relative nature or the other power nature, the second nature. Here he translated relative nature. The usual translation is other power nature. So production and reality, when production and reality, it refers to, Buddha said, it is relative or the other power nature. So production and reality refers to other power nature. Then in the same page, page 195, then the third one. What is ultimate unreality of things? Then it says, it is those dependently originated things that are unreal because of ultimate reality. And this refers to, the third nature, which normally we translate in a thoroughly established nature. So here the meaning is this. Meaning what we are getting here is this. In the Panchaparamita Sutra, when Buddha taught from the form to all the way up to enlightenment, when Buddha taught the unreality or intrinsic unreality, when Buddha taught that, then for the Chittamatra school, when this Bodhisattva asked Buddha, why you said that? Because there is a contradiction, in what you said in the first turning of the wheel of the Dharma. Then Buddha taught this third turning of the wheel of the Dharma, this particular chapter. And in this chapter, what Buddha said, yes, you are right. I said from the form to all the way up to enlightenment, one by one, I said intrinsic unreality or absence of reality, absence of reality or unreality, whatever these terms are that you use, intrinsic, absence of intrinsic unreality, or just use the unreality, or identity unreality, whatever term that you use. Here is that emptiness. As we know in the Heart Sutra, no form, no feeling, no discrimination, no consciousness, and then goes no suffering, no origins of suffering, no attainment, no non-attainment, no enlightenment, all the way up to there. So why then Buddha gave to this Bodhisattva, his answer is, yes, you're right, I've said that, but I mean in these three unreality: identity unreality, production unreality, ultimate unreality. When I said this, unreality or intrinsic unreality or form, intrinsic unreality or feeling, and all the way up to enlightenment, I mean in these three unreality: identity unreality, production unreality, and the ultimate unreality. So then, what is that identity unreality? What you are what is where you are referring to this identity and reality? Then Buddha said, identity and reality refers to, that what you call the imputed nature. All the imputed nature are identity and reality. All the other power nature are production and reality, and all the thoroughly established nature are ultimate unreality. Because of that, I said from the form to all the way up to, I said intrinsic unreality. And that is the thing, really the main, and okay, now I think that's enough. We shouldn't move too depth in there, because then we will go into completely different direction. Okay, I'll give you this back. Now, thank you. So now go back to our origin. So this is how Buddha taught in this particular chapter to this bodhisattva. To the bodhisattva, this particular bodhisattva, Buddha said, what are taught in the Panchaparamita Sutras, this intrinsic unreality or absence of unreality, I mean in these three unreality: identity unreality, production unreality, and ultimate unreality. And intrinsic the identity reality is referring to, in terms of all the those what you call the imputed nature are identity reality. So that is what here. Now Chitta Martin masters, that is how they see, how they understand. When Buddha taught in the heart, in the Panchaparamita Sutra, no form, no feeling, no discrimination, no so on. This absence, this emptiness is not just blank one. It has a different meaning. It has a different meaning of empty. In terms of the out of those three natures, in terms of the what you call the imputed nature is identity and reality. In terms of those other power nature, production and reality. In terms of its identity and ultimate thoroughly established nature, and it is ultimate unreality. Now, if you just briefly think on this one, the table. According to Chitta Martin school, the table has three natures. The table's the imputed nature, table's other power nature, table's what you call the thoroughly established nature. Thoroughly established nature. So now first, what is the table's imputed nature? What is the table's imputed nature? Now, table's imputed nature can be looked at in a two sort of two categories. Imputed nature. The first category is this: our mind and our language. Our mind and our language, refers to, call this object table. Our mind and our thought and our language, refer this object, call this object table. And that is one of the imputed nature of this table. The just labeling, just calling, even though from the object, from its own side, from its own right, there's nothing as a table, stand out as a table. Our conceptual mind and our thought, our language, label it, and that is the tables, one of the tables, imputed nature. Imputed nature. Now, another imputed nature in this on this table that we have is our thought and our language. When our thought and our language, call this object as a table, there is this belief, there is this perception that the table and the mind which perceiving the table have this kind of duality, this kind of gap, and that is also imputed nature. That is also imputed nature, because according to the Chittamatra school, the table and the mind which perceiving table do not exist in that kind of duality. The table and the mind perceiving the table do not exist in that kind of duality. So, however, our minds, our language, our thoughts perceive in that kind of gap, and that is also imputed nature. And that imputed nature is slightly different from the previous imputed nature. The previous imputed nature is just our minds, our conceptual minds, and our language just labeling. That does exist. That does exist. The second imputed nature, that our minds, our language, our thoughts, perceiving the table and the mind which perceives the table have some kind of duality. That duality does not exist. And the second, that type of imputed nature does not exist. So now, that is the table's imputed nature. Then what is the table's other power nature? Table's other power nature is the table coming into being, the table coming into existence, dependent on the causes and conditions, and that is table's other power nature. Other power nature. Then what is the table's thoroughly established nature? What is the table's thoroughly established nature? It is very now straightforward. The table's thoroughly established nature is that absence of duality. Absence of that duality of subject and object. Subject as our mind, object as the table. That absence, that earlier, that out of those two what's called the imputed nature, that second imputed nature, the imputed nature which does not exist, which is that gap. Although our mind perceives, table is there, my mind is here, that kind of duality, but according to Chittamatra school, that duality is just pure illusion. In a pure illusion, duality does not exist. And that absence of duality is the third nature, which is thoroughly established nature. Thoroughly established nature. Now, before we have tea, just few minutes, and then next, after come back tea, then we are ready to move to the next stage. Now, these three natures, now if you rethink that sutra, identity unreality, production unreality, and ultimate unreality. Those three unreality, which Buddha said, because of these three unrealities, identity unreality, production unreality, and the ultimate unreality, I taught in the Panchaparamita Sutras, from form to all the way up to enlightenment, are taught intrinsic unreality. In other words, no form, no feeling, blah, 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 all those things. Now, if you now think, the first one, attended unreality, as in the Buddha said, attended unreality refers to the imputed nature. In other words, all the imputed nature. Now, if you go back to our example, the table's imputed nature. The table's imputed nature is identity unreality. In other words, empty of identity reality, empty of identity reality, or identity unreality, if we use his term. The table's other power nature is production unreality, and the table's thoroughly established nature is ultimate unreality. Now just think those three things. The identity unreality of the table refers to table's, what you call the imputed nature. Table's imputed nature is identity unreality. Table's, table's other power nature is production unreality, and table's thoroughly established nature is, what you call the ultimate unreality. Therefore, I said table is intrinsic unreality. That is now coming back. Because of that, those three are said in the heart, not table, this table, but the Buddha said, therefore, I said form is empty. I said feeling is empty. I said this is. So if you go back to the form, according to the Chittamatra school, form's imputed nature is identity unreality. Form's other power nature is production unreality. Form's thoroughly established nature is ultimate unreality. Therefore, I said form is emptiness. And that is how Chittamatra school understands Heart Sutra, Panchaparamita Sutras. Using this chapter, try to understand Heart Sutra. Okay, now try to understand cup of tea.
Geshe, can I just add, for the last
yes,
you
yes.
said the first one, identity unreality, was characteristic.
Yes.
Reality, sense.
It is different translation.
Yeah.
Here he used identity, or in Tibetan is characteristic unreality. It is the really different translation.
Yeah, it's just translation.
Yeah. Okay. Have a tea. Yeah.
Geshe Tashi, can I
Yes.
have a cup of tea?
Can you top up the hot water?
Just hot
Boiled
water.
water.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tony, how are you?
I'm okay.
You're okay. Just okay.
Bit tired.
Why?
Working too hard.
No, I disagree. I don't think you're working too hard.
Sleeping too much, maybe.
That might be the answer. So, Bob, come here. How are the children? And how's your wife?
They're all really, really well. Yeah.
You went to somewhere, did you? Did you go? Somebody told me you went to Asia.
I went to Singapore, yeah.
Oh.
See Lama Zopa and the Long Life picture.
Oh, that's right. Somebody told me.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was hard work.
Was it?
But good. Yeah. It's
Why is hard work?
Just hard on my mind. Hard to think about what commitment, these kind of things. So, yeah, and but very, very enjoyable, very joyous. Really wonderful to see everybody and everybody wanting Lama Zopa to be have long life. It's wonderful, really wonderful. Yeah.
How long you were there?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
That is outrageous.
I know. So I had to thank Chandy a lot for that. So.
Okay, so you should give her time to go in like that.
I should. She's been coming to Discovering Buddhism and.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, really good. She's finding it really beneficial as well. And she thinks Mary's a fantastic teacher. So it's really good. Yeah.
And how's going your business?
Yeah.
Going well?
Yeah, so. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, everything's okay. Yeah. And you're coming up to Land of Joy next year?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. It'd be good to see you up there.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So,
But in China the business is not that good. Still, you get good.
yeah, two of the students here are now studying at my school. So Irina, who is sitting here, I met her in Singapore with Zopa, and then Magda, who knows Irina. They both decided to come and study at my school. So we have some more Europeans coming, and we have a lot of Arab students from Saudi, from UAE, from Kuwait. But the markets go up. I mean, if you try and think.
Yeah, I remember. When I was studying the English in Bell School, 1993. Half of the students were Japanese, few Arabians, and a few Switzerland.
Yeah.
But now it's complete Japanese gone completely.
And Chinese gone as well from English language, pretty much. They're at the universities, but not so much in the English language. So.
Because they have their own up there.
I think so. Yeah, in China, it's much better provision, things like that. So, but the world goes like this, so you have to just let it go. But it kind of fluctuates. So sometimes more students, sometimes less. But we'll see how it goes.
But it's going all right.
Yeah.
That's good then.
Yeah. Good. I'll see you later. Can I ask you, are everything okay with you?
Yeah, it's fine.
House good and course good?
Yeah, it's fine.
Happy in London?
Yeah.
Then that's great. I'll send my love to from my family as well, and also I'll tell them you were asking about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Where they are gone now today. Not many people.
I know.
Oh,
Maybe it's because it's nice weather.
nice weather. That happens.
Yeah.
Are you walking back to the train later?
Sorry?
Are you walking back to the train station later?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
What, you want to come?
For you? Yeah, I'm catching the train.
That's
myself,
fine.
So I'll tell you then.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Wow. Okay, now my plan is completely changed now. Oh, completely gone in a different direction now. Are there people joining online?
Yeah, 2 people. 1 person, 2 people watching live.
Are there?
I think Laurie Toland. Do you know Laurie?
She's been here a long time. A lady with curly white.
Oh, yes.
She's watching online mostly.
Oh, okay.
It's difficult for her to travel. I think she gets tired.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Mindless. Mindless. Oh yeah. Shall we do a brief meditation, about 10 minutes meditation, silent meditation, and during this silent meditation, mainly we'll use the meditation to enhance stillness and the clarity. Stillness in the sense of our minds be right here and now, fully aware, of the present right here and now. So we'll use this silent meditation, in other words, to enhance, to enhance concentration. That means the mind is right here and now, and fully alert, fully, aware of the meditation object. If you're going to use a particular object, such as breathing, or if you are not going to use a particular object, just simply, be fully aware, to the present right here and now. So we'll do this short silent meditation. Oh yeah. So now we have, before lunch, we have about 25 minutes. So what I'm going to do in this 25 minutes, because my plan is a little bit changed because of the reading the sutra a little bit. What I'm going to do, which I was going to do, that is really to give a good summary of this outline, the first outline, which I feel is quite important one. But now we have laid down the base that is, the Tsongkhapa sees, in order to understand Bhavivaveka's position on emptiness, how emptiness is presented, by Bhavivaveka, one of the great Madhyamaka school's masters. The best way to understand is from these texts, when he argues with the mind-only schools, when mind-only schools explains these three natures, the imputed nature, other power nature, and thoroughly established nature. These three natures, relation to this, how Buddha taught in this sutra, Samdhinamachana Sutra, that he had translated, the illustration of intention in that sutra. That in that sutra, that seventh chapter, the chapter that particular bodhisattva, Tondamyanda Park in Tibetan, asked Buddha, and in that answer, when Buddha answered, what I've said in the Panchaparamita Sutra, that attentity-lessness, my attentity-lessness or reality-lessness, unreality or reality-lessness, or that emptiness from form to enlightenment, I mean relation to these three: identity, unreality; production, unreality; and the ultimate unreality. Because of these three unreality, I said form is empty, feeling is empty, and so on and so forth. And that is how Chittamaitrins, understands the meaning of the emptiness, meaning of the emptiness. So now, when Bhavivaveka argues to Chittamaitrins master how you interpret these, how you explains these three, the reality, unreality, and the three, identity, unreality, relation to the, the imputed nature, production, unreality, relation to the other power nature, and ultimate unreality, relation to the thoroughly established nature. That how you interpret, is not the right explanation what Buddha mean from this sutra. What Buddha means in this sutra, and not just the Panchaparamita Sutra, but also in this chapter, the Bodhisattva's chapter. How you explain this, and that is what Tsongkhapa says. From that arguments, then we will get a clear understanding of Bhavivaveka's stance, where Bhavivaveka stands in terms of when he explains emptiness. In the other part, it's not that easy to understand very clearly where Bhavivaveka stands when he explains emptiness when he explains, the Nagarjuna and the Aryadev's view of emptiness. But from this interpretation, we will get very clear his Bhavivaveka's explanation of emptiness, and that is now where we are. Now, if you people who have got the text, if you look at in page 266, and after that we have gone all this line by line already, but now I'm just summarizing this once again to get a grip on this section. Now in that page 266, after that quotation, this quotation is from from Bhavivaveka's text, Wisdom Lamp, that is Bhavivaveka's commentary on Nagarjuna's fundamental wisdom. After that quotation, then Tsongkhapa gives this the interpretation. Then if you look at the end of that paragraph, that which is a paragraph which starts saying, this master. Now, end of this paragraph, we have a sentence saying, also, so sentence saying, it is clear that Bhavivaveka believes. Now, it is clear that Bhavivaveka believes the relative have an intrinsically identifiable reality. And this is one of the important, the point that we need to understand. So, according to Tsongkhapa, when Tsongkhapa reads Bhavivaveka's, argument with the Chittamatrin, relation to these three unreality, identity unreality, production unreality, and ultimate reality, relation to these three natures, the imputed nature, other power nature, and the thoroughly established nature. By the way, here the term is used slightly different, as you know. Imagine what term that I'm using. So what Tsongkhapa is saying, when Tsongkhapa reads that part of the Bhavivaveka's argument with the Chittamatrin, it is very clear. Bhavivaveka asserts, and this is what now the sentence that we are reading. Bhavivaveka believes or asserts the relative, in other words, other power nature. Relative other power nature. Here he translated, other power nature have an intrinsically identifiable reality, and this is very, very different from other Madhyamika schools masters. This assertion, what Tsongkhapa says, the Bhavivaveka believes the relative, in other power nature, have an intrinsically identifiable reality. Intrinsically identifiable reality. And this, if that is the case, as Tsongkhapa says, if that is the case, then Bhavivaveka, although Bhavivaveka is a great Madhyamika school master, but this assertion is very, very, contradicts with the other Madhyamika school's master, particularly Chandakirti Dawathakpa, great Indian master, Madhyamika school master. Chandakirti completely, rejects, that things and events have this, what you call the intrinsically identifiable reality, Chandakirti, and that is one of the things that we need to remember. And just briefly, one of the main argument here between the Bhavivaveka and the Chittamatrin is not all those three areas, three sort of the three unreality, attended unreality, production unreality, and ultimate unreality. His main disagreement with the Chittamatrin is the first one, identity and reality. Identity and reality relation to the imputed nature. When Bhavivaveka listened to Chittamatrin's interpretation about identity and reality relation to the imputed nature, as we know, he asked two questions. Bhavivaveka asked two questions. Which imputed nature that is identity reality? Do you remember? He says, imputed nature. Do you mean the language and the conceptual minds which impute on the things and events, or what is imputed? What is imputed? Which one is identity and reality? Are you talking about the concept, the thoughts and the language, which impute on the things and events, or what is imputed on the things and events by the thoughts and by the language? Which one? If you are saying the first one, the thoughts and language, then thoughts and language are not identity and reality, and that is here what we are talking about. Thoughts and language, the Bhavivaveka says, these are other power nature, therefore they have the identity reality. And this is what here, this intrinsic, the relative, to have an intrinsically identifiable reality. And that is really something important to hold this, because later our reading, other Madhyamika schools reading, like Chandakirti's, the explanation on the explanation on on emptiness, we will come back this one, because that is the one of the main argument. So bear in that one. Now the other one, the Bhavivaveka, if you are saying imputed nature, the second imputed nature, that is what is imputed, what thoughts and language impute on the things and events, what we impute on things and events. If you are talking about that one, if the Chittamatrin school say yes, then it has also have a problem, and that starts from the, where's that one? Sure, so not that one. Yeah, that starts from page 267. Page 267. From the bottom, we're saying the paragraph which starts saying, furthermore, in the wisdom lamp, he shows that a fault of inappropriateness of example in the argument that imagined reality. So in this section is this, the imputed nature. Do you remember this morning, the previous session, I said there are two types of imputed nature. One is one imputed nature which does exist, one imputed nature which does not exist. Do you remember that earlier when I was talking about this, the imputed nature? Now the imputed nature, what does exist, which I mentioned earlier, that the language and the thoughts, what is the language and thoughts, and that is the the imputed nature which does exist. Now, which does not exist is what is imputed on. What is imputed? It is this, our minds, our language imputes on the things and events. There's this kind of gap. There's this kind of duality, and that is also imputed nature. If you are talking about that kind of imputed nature, which is identity and reality, or identity-lessness, if you are talking about that kind of imputed nature, then the problem is, which here the Chittamatra seems saying, yes, I'm talking about that kind of imputed nature. And the example is given. Here the example is given, that traditional example, that the coil rope, perceiving as a snake, although on the coil rope there's no real snake, but we on a particular circumstances perceiving there's a snake. If that is that kind of imputed nature, if you are talking about it doesn't that is identity and reality, then there's another problem, which another sort of the problem which continues in page 268, which is I will not go any detail in that. But what I want to look at another is going back to the page 267 again. One important thing which I want to point it out is this. Page 267, middle of that page 267, that paragraph starts saying, therefore he believes, and this paragraph I want to edit. I think I said in the my previous visit, but I want to edit a little bit in here. This paragraph is again very, very important paragraph. The paragraph before this, it is like a supplementary. What is paragraph before this, what Tsongkhapa has done? Again, Tsongkhapa has explained in this previous paragraph which starts saying, it seems to be difficult to distinguish between the position of a Bhavivaveka and dialecticities, that is, like Chandakirti. In other words, Tsongkhapa is saying, it is not that easy. And in fact, some of the Tibetan masters, like Satyapa master, like Rendava, and some of the other Nyingma masters, they see in fact Bhavivaveka and Chandakirti, there isn't that much difference in terms of the view. Although the Tsongkhapa says there's a big difference. Chandakirti, which we will see the later reading, in terms of the what is absence, what is empty of, in terms of that technically called the object of negation, identifying the object of negation between the Chandakirti and the Bhavivaveka. Huge difference. But here, as all Tsongkhapa says very clearly here, he says it seems to be difficult to distinguish between the position of Bhavivaveka and the dialecticities. It's like that? Dialecticities. How do you?
Dialecticist.
Dialecticist. Yeah, that one. Okay. Now, Tsongkhapa himself mentioned that. And also, he gave some reasons why it's difficult. So I will not. We already done that. Now, this 4-line paragraph, which need to make a little bit explanation, which I didn't do before. Now, in this paragraph, what Tsongkhapa has done here, has said here, he believes, that means Bhavivaveka. Bhavivaveka believes it possible to realize selflessnesses. True selflessnesses, true to definition, Even without realizing the lack of intrinsically identifiable reality in the persons and the things. Now, this sentence is important sentence. So Tsongkhapa says, Bhavivaveka believes, Bhavivaveka asserts, it is perfectly possible. It is perfectly possible somebody can understand selflessness of the person and the selflessness of the phenomena. True emptiness. Emptiness of the person and the emptiness of the phenomena can be fully understood by somebody. That person have not realized absence of identifiable reality. In other words, the person still holds, the things and events have a identifiable reality. Identifiable reality. Here, that's what he uses, isn't it? Here, intrinsically identifiable reality. The person who holds things and events, the person and his or her aggregates have a intrinsically identifiable reality, but still that person can understand emptiness of the person and the emptiness of the phenomena. For the Chandakirti, that is impossible. That is because intrinsically identifiable reality is object of negation. According to the Chandakirti, that is what is empty of. Intrinsically identifiable reality on the person is empty, is absence. So do you know what I'm saying here? This is what the saying. So what we are getting here is the Bhavivaveka has, this master Bhavivaveka has different notion of object of negation to understand emptiness of person and emptiness of phenomena. In other words, Bhavivaveka has, according to the Bhavivaveka, what is empty of, to understand emptiness, is not intrinsically identifiable object, which is the case for the Chandakirti. So then the question is, what is, according to the Bhavivaveka, what is empty of? If it is not the intrinsically identifiable object, entity is not empty. What is it empty of? Then what is the empty of, according to the Bhavivaveka? Are you following with me? And that is here. That is here. Now, this is mainly the Tibetan masters, how they put it. And I will say this. So Tsongkhapa and the other, the other Gelugpa masters, according to the Bhavivaveka, what is empty of is this. First, I will say in Tibetan. Lo nemela nangwe wangi shakpa maimba, yurangi tumong maimba duluki ngone duba. So that is the, in the Tibetan, how, according to the Bhavivaveka, what is empty of. Now, it is, I will translate in my English, so I will translate in this, like this. The things and events which are not posited by, the what's called Nirvameva. How do you translate Nirvameva?
Unerring or
unerring,
unimpaired.
Unpaired, they're unimpaired. Which the things and events which are not posited by unpaired and unimpaired mind. Lo numela nang ke shakwa mayimba. Yurange tumo mayimba duluji ngone tuba. But they come into being, they come into existence, uniquely from their own right. Uniquely from their own right, from their own, from their own side, from their own right. So that is what Bhavivaveka says, if there is that sort of, emptiness, and what is empty of? Empty of that kind of entity. The entity, which is not posited by, impaired mind, unimpaired mind, but come into being, come into existence, uniquely from their own right, uniquely from their own side. Lo nemel nang shakpa mayimba. Yurange tumo mayimba dulu jungone tuba. Lo neme, that means unimpaired mind. Lo neme, which I will explain what it means unimpaired in this case. Lo neme la nang wangi shakpa mayimba. Not posited by that kind of mind, but yurange tumo mayimba dulu jungone tuba. Come into being, come into existence, or literal translation, established, established or come into being, come into existence as they are, uniquely from their own right. And that is what here is talking about, according to the Bhavivaveka, empty of that kind of entity. That kind of entity is not there in the persons and in the phenomena. Therefore, the things and events are empty. Things and events are empty of that sort of entity. Yeah. So now I want to stop for lunch. You come right on lunchtime. Okay. Yeah, we'll have a lunch, and we will stop. We'll come back. 2:45. 2:45.
I'll just ask people to sign in if you haven't already done so.
Yeah.
And if you like, because it's nice weather, you could also sit in the park for lunch. Just go opposite the door, and then it's just on the left.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Good English lesson? No, you're wrong. Harder than your English class? Harder than your English language class? No, that's not true. When did you come? Yes. So and so. Yeah. Came this morning or what? Thursday. So tonight going back? Or? Oh. Good. Once every month or how often do you come? Oh.
Sometimes she gets a bit cross with me.
So what, she wants you to stay longer? Maybe.
I'm going to be with her all day.
Did you go somewhere? Or you're here all the time?
Mostly
You keep all the Tony or Tony keeps you all? That's all right. Your salary. Tony, what did you have? Lunch?
Salad. With very nice chocolate biscuits.
Fish and chips.
No. I was tempted.
Oh yeah. So we will start. We'll start with the few mantra recitation. Om Mani Padme Hum Ma ne Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So before lunch, I explained briefly, the Bhavivaveka's, this great Indian Madhyamika school's master, his, how he sort of view, or how he sees, what is his assertion of the emptiness in the relation to emptiness, in the sense emptiness, the emptiness from the Tsongkhapa's explanation. Based on Tsongkhapa's explanation on Bhavivaveka's view, his to understand emptiness of the person and the emptiness of the phenomena, to understand two selflessnesses, the selflessness of the person and the selflessness of the phenomena, or if we use another, as I just used, emptiness of the person and the emptiness of the phenomena. What is empty of? What is empty of? What is absence? What is absence is not the absence of intrinsic identity reality, absence of not intrinsic identity reality, because according to Tsongkhapa, Geshe Bhavivaveka asserts things and events have a intrinsic identity reality, and this is where Tsongkhapa said, because according to Bhavivaveka, without rejecting this intrinsic identity reality, people can fully and completely understand to selflessness of the person and the selflessness of the phenomena. And this is that paragraph that we are looking at, page 267, at the middle of that page 267. After previous explanation, then Tsongkhapa draws like a conclusion. He says, therefore, he believes, the Bhavivaveka believes it possible to realize both selflessnesses, in other words, both emptiness of the person and the emptiness of the phenomena, true to definition in the sense of, complete emptiness of the person completely, fully, and the emptiness of the phenomena completely, fully can be realized, can be understood without realizing the lack of intrinsically identifiable reality. And that is the main subject, identity reality in persons and in the things. As for the negati, that means what is absence of, what is empty of, and here's negati, he posits as negated by the two selflessness. It is not merely intrinsically identifiable status, as will be explained below. And this is what I just briefly mentioned, which Tsongkhapa will explain later. And this is what I mentioned earlier, before lunch. So then what is, if the intrinsically identifiable reality, intrinsically identifiable entity is not the what is absence of, to understand emptiness, then what is the object of negation, to understand the emptiness? What, and then that is what I mentioned earlier, that lo nemela nangwe onge shakba mayimba yurange tumo mayimba duluju ene truba, without posited by the in unimpaired or unimpaired the minds, consciousnesses or the minds, but exist or come into being, come into existence uniquely from its own side, from its own right. So if there's something, that sort of things existed, then truly existent, that is truly existence, that is the what you call the that is so the according to how Tsongkhapa presents Bhavivaveka, according to the Bhavivaveka, that kind of thing is absence. That kind of thing is absence in the persons, in the phenomena. So in other words, to understand emptiness of the person, to understand emptiness of the phenomena, the person need to understand absence of this, within the person, absence of this within the phenomena. This, without posited by unpaired minds, but exist uniquely from its own right. That kind of entity, that kind of entity or thing is absence or empty. So emptiness in that sense, the person, or say the emptiness of the person. Emptiness of the person is the person which is which a person which is empty of or absence of exist in this particular manner, the manner of not posited by unpaired mind, but exist uniquely from its own right. If that kind of person is there, then what you call the self, or the Atma in Sanskrit is So now here I want to briefly to explain before I move back to the text. What is that unimpaired? What is this impaired mind? According to impaired mind, this is again, in a Buddhist, the psychological texts, psychology texts, like Abhidhamma texts, like Paramana texts, those epistemological texts, like Vasubandhu and the Asangas, those Abhidhamma texts, Vasubandhu's Abhidhamma Kosha, Asanga's Compendium of Wisdom, Compendium of Knowledge, or Dhammakirti and some other great Indian masters, the Pramana text that what you call the Pramanavartika, those texts, those epistemological texts. So this term impaired mind, impaired, you see?
No, impaired.
Impaired. Yeah, impaired. Yeah. In Tibetan, first I want to say lo neme. Lo neme, never meba.
Neme is unimpaired.
Unimpaired, isn't it? Yeah. So now, unimpaired. Now that opposite of unimpaired is impaired. So that is which I want to look at this little bit. This is very unique term, and neba meba. This is a unique term in the Madhyamika texts. In the Abhidhamma texts, in the epistemological texts, there are some other terms. I'm not saying equal. These are equal. What's called exactly the same, but you have to sort of familiarize these different terms, and behind the terms have different meanings. So there's one term in the Abhidhamma text, also in the Buddhist epistemological text, you will come across in Tibetan. First of all, in Tibetan, we call lokshe, lokpe sheba, lokshe, and that is, the quite often translated mistaken mind. Yeah, mistaken mind. Say the first of this one. Then there's another mind. The tulshe, tulbe sheba, tulshe. What do you translate that one? There's another one.
Tulshe.
There's another wrong mind.
Wrong and tulshe, mistake.
Sorry.
Wrong consciousness.
Wrong consciousness. Yeah. Anyway, I want that these are not very clear-cut translations. What I'm going to do is here I'm going to give a Tibetan the meaning of these two terms that which just I use. Lokshe, in Tibetan, lokshe, the meaning is that if that mind is lokshe, earlier we used in mistaken mind, if that mind is lokshe, that mind is mistaken to its main objects. Mistaken to its main objects. The second one, tulshe, it is mistaken, but it is not necessarily mistaken with regard to its main object. It can be mistaken to some part of the, because some consciousnesses have two, three different objects. When I say 2, 3 different objects, I'm not saying there are 2, 3 books or one is table. I'm not saying that one. There's this called nangyo, appearing objects, and there's this object called jogyo, engaging object. Engaging object, in this case, I will use as the main object. So, for example, when I close my eyes, and my thought think, my kitchen, not very messy, my kitchen. I can think my fruit bowls. I can think my, the porridge pots. I can think my, the cookery. So, in that mind thinking, its main object is my kitchen. My kitchen is its main object, but its appearing object is that when I think, that image that I get, in my head, that porridge pot, fruit bowl, that is its appearing objects. So this thought is mistaken relation to my appearing object of the kitchen, but not mistaken to its engaging object. That is the kitchen, my kitchen. With the relation to my kitchen, it is correct. With the relation to that image of my kitchen, relation to that, it is mistaken. Now, so therefore, the second one. Now, Now, if I use the what you call the traditional example, when I squeeze my eye, with a finger, seeing 2, 3, having double vision is mistaken to its main object. There's one moon, the traditional I'm talking about. Here we won't see moon that often. And having 2, 3 numbers relation to that, it is mistaken. So there's this different degrees of the mistaken minds which explain. So now here, Lokshe. The first one is Lokshe. So if it is Lokshe, mistaken mind, that mind is mistaken with regards to its main object, Jogyo, regarding to its engaging object. Then that mind has no, that mind is completely mistaken. But if it is mistaken, that second one, Tulshe, that mind can be correct to certain aspect, main relation to the main object, but it has a mistaken element that is called the Tulshe. So that degrees of mistaken element, not mistaken to it regards to its main object, but mistaken to its appearing objects. So these are what is explained in the Abhidhamma text, in the Buddhist epistemological texts. So now this one here, in the Madhyamika text, we will see, for example, in the Chandakirti's, the text engaging in middle way, Madhyamika Avatara. There are these terms, Noba Meba, Ombo Tongnamgi, Songa Kanshi, Jigden Gidode, Jigdenile, then Hangmani, Jigdenile Lokwa, number shang, said this Noba Meba. And as I mentioned that the Bhavavikas, that how Tsongkhapa explains. So this unimpaired mind, what is that refers to? Unimpaired mind. Now, within the, I will say this, maybe it will benefit in the future, within the Madhyamika school masters, the like Bhavivaveka, and later will come across Chandakirti, within the Madhyamika school's masters, this unimpaired mind, like our sense consciousnesses, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, my eye consciousness, seeing the shapes and colors of the tables, my the body consciousness, the experiencing the tactile of the tables, and so forth. According to the what you call the Bhavivaveka, these my consciousnesses are unimpaired consciousness. My eye consciousness, seeing shapes and colors of the shapes and colors of the table, my body consciousness, tactile of the table. Relation to that, these sense consciousnesses are unimpaired consciousness. Unimpaired consciousnesses because these are these consciousnesses are completely free from any mistaken element, according to Bhavivaveka. Therefore, they are called unimpaired. There's no mistaken element relation to seeing the table, shapes and colors, and tactile. Chandrakirti, other Madhyamika school master Chandrakirti, saying, no. Regarding to the shapes and colors, my eye consciousness seeing, these shapes and colors in the table, regarding to that, it is, my eye consciousness is unimpaired consciousness. However, it is not free from any mistaken elements. It has mistaken elements. My eye consciousness perceives intrinsic nature of the table. Intrinsic nature of the table. Regard to that, according to the Chandrakirti, regarding to that, my eye consciousness is, not unimpaired. It is mistaken. It is mistaken. However, regarding to the shapes and colors of the table, perceiving shapes and colors of the table, of this table, my eye consciousness is unimpaired. So that comes a difference. So why there's a difference? Because according to Bhavivaveka, my eye consciousness perceiving shapes and colors of this table, including intrinsic entity of shapes and colors of this table, is correct. The shapes and colors has an intrinsic identity, as we saw earlier, because Bhavivaveka, as we saw earlier, here Tsongkhapa said, the intrinsically identifiable in the person, is not a negation to understand the emptiness. So that is here is different. Unimpaired consciousness, unimpaired minds need to be, that term needs to be understood in a wider context, very important one. Okay, now that is end of that part. Okay, that is end of that part, because I didn't say this before. I was going to, yeah. So now we will going to move to the main reading. Today's main reading, page 270. Now this is the second outline. So this outline and the next outlines are relatively, easier than this first outline. First outline is really dealing with the most important part of the Bhavivaveka's position. In this case, whether there's any difference Bhavivaveka's view of emptiness and other Madhyamika schools masters' view of emptiness, and Tsongkhapa sees there is difference, and that's what we have done now.
Just clarify something.
Oh.
Bhavivaveka, so he's saying he sees that inherent existence on perceptual consciousness. So there's no secondary conceptual consciousness, just on pure perceptual consciousness.
Bhavivaveka. So for the Bhavivaveka, the direct consciousnesses, this sense consciousnesses.
It's like before concept work. So it's just you look at something.
Oh yeah.
Concept, it's just a perceptual consciousness.
Yeah.
And that stops there.
That stop.
Okay.
If you take second step, then it become conceptual,
okay.
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
So just pure eye consciousness still has inherent existence appearing.
That is the Bhavivaveka as well as Chandrakirti. They both say that.
Without even conceptual consciousness.
Yeah. Just perceiving. I think there is a for example, even if you move further, Chittamartin school, why they say there's this duality. Our consciousness perceives duality, subject and object. And it is not the only conceptual mind have a perception of duality. perception mind also have a, the what's called the element of duality, subject and object. I'm talking about the Chittamatra school. Whether it's called intrinsic or not, it's different. The duality, the perceiving that kind of element, some kind of intrinsic, some kind of, concreteness, some kind of independent out there is also in the Chittamatra school also believe that. Yeah? Okay, now, if you have a question, we will have a little bit of question and answer in this session. First, just let us move to the next, outline. Now, under this outline, sorry, I just want to remember one thing which deliberately bring this book to say that. Now I'm forgetting that before to move to the next one. So now then the Bhavivaveka, if Bhavivaveka argues with the Chittamata's interpretation of this three, the identity, unreality, production, unreality, and the what's called the ultimate unreality, relation to the three natures. If the Chittamatra interpretation is not correct, then what is Bhavivaveka's interpretation? Relation to these three, from this sutra, where Buddha answered to this bodhisattva. When Buddha answered to the bodhisattva in the third turning of the wheel of the Dharma, in the Samdhinamachana 7th chapter, when Buddha answered, when I taught in the Panchaparamita Sutra, form is empty, feeling is empty, and so on and so forth. These are empty. I mean relation to these three, that those three are the identity, unreality, production, unreality, and ultimate unreality. So then Chittamatra schools, they have this interpretation. So now then what is Bhavivaveka's understanding of that sutra, which this Samdhinamachana Sutra, in this 7th chapter, when Buddha answered that. And it is clearly Buddha said that. So what is Bhavivaveka's assertion? Or according to Bhavivaveka, is that sutra, is this sutra a definitive sutra, or is this sutra interpretable sutra? According to the Bhavivaveka I'm talking about. Of course, according to the Chittamatra, this Samdhinamachana Sutra is definitive sutra. But because the sutra is Mahayana Sutra, so Bhavivaveka must have answer. Either he will say, yes, it is, sutra, Mahayana Sutra, but it is not, the definitive sutra. It needs interpretation, or he would say it is definitive sutra. So what is the Bhavivaveka's answer to that? Then according to this Tsongkhapa and other Gelug masters' explanation, according Bhavivaveka asserts this Samdhinamachana Sutra in general, and in particular that chapter 7 is definitive sutras. Is definitive sutra, and that sutra teaches the emptiness, the emptiness. So it is definitive sutra. It is not interpretable sutras. Then, if it is not interpretable sutra, if it is definitive sutra, how Bhavivaveka explains these three: identity, unreality, the intrinsic, production unreality and the ultimate unreality. And this is which I want to briefly touch on this, because may be useful in the future people who listen that. Where is that one? Did I bring the right one? Yeah. There are so many books around me. Sometimes in the morning I just put it there, not looking at it. Should be somewhere here. Schedule. Oh yeah. So now, those three, we just need to edit one sort of words in the first two. Third one is all right. Now, how Bhavivaveka explains. Bhavivaveka explains it is not the identity and reality. It is ultimate identity and reality. Ultimate identity and reality. Ultimate production and reality. And the third one already has ultimate and reality. So this ultimate, the identity and reality, and that is emptiness. Ultimate production and reality. So in other words, the identity and reality is not not the case according to Bhavivaveka, because there is an identity. Things and events have identity, and also this therefore they are not identity and reality, but ultimate identity and reality. Things and events have identity. Things and events have intrinsic reality, but they don't have ultimate intrinsic reality. They don't have ultimate identity, reality. And that is what Bhavivaveka explains in terms of those three, when Buddha answered to this bodhisattva, the intrinsic identity, reality, identity and reality, Bhavivaveka says ultimate identity and reality. When Buddha says production and reality, Bhavivaveka said ultimate production and reality. Bhavivaveka says, the production, the other power natures, for example, this table is not production and reality. The table has production in the sense of table has a function. Table functions, table works, table produces results. Therefore, it is not production and reality, but table is ultimate production and reality. And that is here this meaning, these three meanings. That's what here. I think that's what I want to say here. So this, like a just small conclusion. Just if you are, if this sutra, Chittamatrin, the explanation on this sutra about this Bodhisattva Sutra is not the right one, not right explanation according to the Bhavivaveka, then how Bhavivaveka explains this sutra? this sutra. And the Bhavivaveka explained sutra in that. Yes, when Buddha taught in the Panchaparamita Sutra, like Heart Sutra, no form, no feeling, no discrimination, no consciousness, no enlightenment, Buddha means ultimate identity and reality in a form. Ultimate production and reality in the form. Ultimate thoroughly established nature and reality in the form. So that is what does mean Buddha in the Heart Sutra, like no form, no feeling, no discrimination. What is that? What that absence? That's when I say no form. What does that mean? That means form does not exist. Ultimate or form does not have ultimate identity reality. Does not have ultimate identity reality. Form does not have ultimate production reality. Therefore, Buddha says no form. And that is what the Bhavivaveka will interpret that sutra, unlike the Chittamatrin. Okay, so that is the one. Now that's the real conclusion. I'll not go back again. I promise. Okay, now. Well, what time is doing now? Yes, we'll go until 4:15, so that means 45 minutes. Shall we just, in a form of rest, say a few mantras again, before I move to the next session? So this time, we will say mantra not together, just say individually. Either you can say, mentally, or you can say verbally, very quietly, but we stay quiet together. You can say Om Mani Padme Hum mentally, or you can say Om Mani Padme Hum quietly. Just to say that in a form of resting, in a form of, you're sort of enhancing compassion. It is up to the individual. Just about 4 or 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So now page 270. So this, under this heading, what we will see the differences between the Bhavivaveka's assertions and some of the Chittamatra assertions. Particularly the first one is, the Bhavivaveka asserts, Bhavivaveka believes, the conventional existence of external things, and the Chittamatra mind-only school, does not reject, the existence of conventional existence of external things. They don't. The mind-only school do not. Mind-only school does not say, table doesn't exist, the book doesn't exist. What they say, manner of their existence, something outside there is, the problematic. When you say outside there, that's what here, the term is used, external existence. It's a conventional existence and non-existence of things external. This things external, in Tibetan, chidun, chiro tendu tuba. Chiro tendu tuba. Chiro means external. External here, something separate from the mind. External in that sense, the tendu tuba. Tendu tuba means, the established something externally, something independently from the mind. And that is here the meaning of external things. External things, not just referring to just what we said, the table, the chair. They are not rejecting, mind-only school not rejects existence of tables, chairs, and so on and so forth. They reject, the existence of tables and chairs in this particular fashion, in this particular mode, the fashion or mode of something independent from the mind. And that's what here the debate is this. Now again here, independent from the mind needs to look at more detail. This is my general usage of the term. Now this is the first one, and here the Tsongkhapa starts like this. Let us explain this masters. So this master refers to Bhavivaveka position as to whether superficial phenomena. The superficial, this is the Bob Thurman's translation. Superficial here refers to conventional. Do you remember conventional truth and ultimate truth? And this is what his translation. Superficial phenomena, in other words, conventional phenomena, are objective, external things, in the bracket, objective, external things, or subjective, the products of consciousness. So that is here really the external things. The meaning of external things is here. And then it says, although the Holy Father and Son refers to Nagarjuna and Nagarjuna's disciple, Aryadev, Holy Father and Son did not explicitly pronounce upon the existence or non-existence of external things on the conventional level. And that is true. That is true. That is the one of the problems. Many, between the one of the main difficulties among the followers of the Nagarjuna and Aryadev, like Bhavivaveka, or later, some of Shankarakshita or Buddhapalita, among the followers of Nagarjuna and Aryadev, among the followers, they have this disagreements because some of the points are not explicitly made clear by the Nagarjuna and Aryadev. For example, this is one of the point. Nagarjuna's and Aryadev's text. Although Nagarjuna, there are lots of debates with the Chittamatian views, but there isn't that very clear cut whether Nagarjuna asserts existence of external things or not, and that's what here Tsongkhapa is saying. Level, this master believes, so Bhavivaveka believes that external things exist conventionally. So this term conventionally is important. Of course, ultimately, no. Conventionally, yes. External things exist conventionally, but external things do not exist ultimately. And those are the things language that we need to familiarize and try to understand the meaning behind the terms. External things exist conventionally. That the sense consciousnesses perceive things in the determinate form, and not as a indeterminate. So this determinate and indeterminate, ongbe shebe namde nameto ongbe chiroda ongbe shebe nam nameto minzinjing namdendo zimba. And this is another important things that we need to understand. Here the term is used, the translator, the term is used determined. He says sense consciousnesses, our sense consciousnesses perceive things, perceive their objects like shapes, colors, taste, tactile, and so forth, things in determinate form. In the Tibetan, namden. In Tibetan, it's called sheba nameto minzinji namden to zimba. Indeterminate, so now. And indeterminate, determinate form, and not indeterminate. So now here, if you look at here, Thurman's notes, that is, he does not subscribe. How say subscribe? Yeah, subscribe conventionally to that strict definition of perception by the traditional idealistic logicians as essentially determined, indeterminate, name. So now, when this determined, the term here used determinate and indeterminate. In Tibetan, namden name. Number here refers to, quite often translated, aspect. So when my eye consciousness see the shapes and the colors of this table, the shapes and colors this table, seeing the shapes and colors this table, is it direct shapes and colors, sees the shapes and colors of the table, or there is a shapes and colors aspect that perceived by my eye consciousness, not the direct shapes and colors itself. That is what here this determinate and indeterminate. This master, determinate, namden, That means, when my eye consciousness sees so when I say my eyes see, shapes and colors of this table, according to this master, not the actual shapes and colors of the table, the aspect of the shapes and colors of the table perceived by my eye consciousness, not the real shapes and colors.
Did you say determinate?
Determinate. Namden.
Namden.
Namden. Name, indeterminate. Indeterminate. My eye consciousness perceives the shapes and colors. It perceives the direct shapes and colors, not the aspect of the shapes and colors. Name, number meba. The shapes, and not this particular aspect of the shapes and colors of the table, but the actual shapes and colors. And this is also, I think, there's some similarity in Western, some philosophy. I'm not familiar with that, but I've seen that. So that is here one of this master is saying, determinate form. When my eye consciousness perceives shapes and colors, it perceives the aspect of the shapes and colors, not the direct shapes and colors. And that is here. And that both external things and internal consciousnesses are sequential as causes and effects. Now that part is another important part. So when my eye consciousness, she sees the shapes and colors of this table, the shapes and these two, first of all, shapes and colors in the table and my eye consciousness, these two are not simultaneous. The shapes and colors which is perceived by my eye consciousness and my eye consciousness perceiving the shapes and colors, these two are not simultaneous occurring. These two are sequential. The shapes and colors that perceived by my eye consciousness arise first, then they become the causes. It is called migben, the reference condition. They become the reference conditions for my eye consciousness to perceive. So my eye consciousness perceiving the shapes and colors of the table is a result of that shapes and colors of this table. So therefore there's this sequential. Therefore these two, therefore one, the shapes and colors are the causes, and my eye consciousness perceiving it shapes and colors is the result. Result. So that is what. So therefore this master, the Bhavivaveka, asserts, believes, existence of external phenomena, conventionally existence of external phenomena, because shapes and colors causes my eye consciousness to occur. These are not simultaneous, and so forth. So that is this first paragraph. Then the next paragraph which says, thus he maintains that. So then there are two, because in the sutras, in the Mahayana sutras, in the here they made two quotations. One is 10 stages. This is one of the sutras. Other one is Mission to Langa. That's another sutra. This both belongs to the third turning of the wheel of the Dharma, Mahayana sutras. So like also the sutra explains Buddha nature, Tathagata Sutra, There are this group of sutras. You will come across a reference, for example, saying "kamsumne semsamo," as he mentioned, saying all the realms are just mental aspect or the mental nature of mind. So there are these statements. So this paragraph, what this paragraph is saying, yes, there are these statements in the minor sutras, but according to this master, according to Bhavivaveka, there's no contradiction. What he is saying, what he is asserting the existence of existence of external phenomena conventionally, his assertion, and in some of these sutras, like 10 stages and Lankapada sutras, saying all things are part of the mind. There's no contradiction. What is so? This is the paragraph. He sort of tried to clear that contradiction. So this I will not read next two paragraphs. Now then there's this then the page 270, the last paragraph, the paragraph which starts saying that he further maintains that it is not so that atoms do not appear as objective conditions of sense cognitions. So now here what we need to do, we need to talk briefly. I will not go any detail, but I will talk this kodo. Sakpada duba. Chiro nawa yume de ditiga che. Sola soba sabe kapsune duba yin hon. Yeah. So now, there's this important philosophy which we need to bear in mind. Important to try to understand this. So this is this Zeyue dang Dagyue. A substantial existence and imputed existence. Right? Substantial existence and imputed existence. So this has a deep, philosophical sort of what you call the deep philosophical explanation. This, all things and events can put under these two categories: either substantial existent phenomena or imputed existent phenomena. Substantial existent, zeyu, and or the imputed phenomena, existent phenomena, tagyu. Now, if you the one thing which you are quite familiar with is, all the Buddhist philosophical schools, from Vaibhashika to middle way, all the Buddhist philosophical schools assert person, kansa, person. I will use this person, kansa. Person and the I or the person, kansa, jibu, nga, are imputed phenomena. Aggregates are substantial phenomena.
The I is
I, or the person, individual, is imputed phenomena, imputedly existing phenomena. The aggregates, form aggregates, the feeling, they all are substantial existent phenomena. Now, this imputed and the substantial, the meaning of imputed and the meaning of substantial has a huge different interpretations within the Buddhist philosophical schools. The meaning of imputed and the meaning of substantial substantial existence. Although all the Buddhist philosophical school, only there's one tiny small within the Bhavivaveka, one or two small Bhavivaveka sub schools may assert person, I, individual may substantial existence. Otherwise, all the Buddhist philosophical schools, I or the person or the individual is imputed existence, imputed phenomena. However, the meaning of imputed has then have a different understanding. Meaning of, that is, and that is also difference. That general difference is one of the big difference between Buddhist philosophy and non-Buddhist ancient Indian philosophy, like Brahmin, and so on and so forth. They have this substantial person, individual is substantial existent phenomena, not imputed. Like for example, Brahmin, and then I will not go there. No, don't go there. No, I'm going to. So that is important. So that here now coming to our discussion in here. This is one just example I've given. Now coming here in our discussion is here. So when we say forest, there's a big fire in Canada, the forest fire, forest, army. These are imputed existent phenomena. Imputed existent phenomena. Because forest is imputed on this collection of individual trees. Same as when you say army is imputed on these individual, the army or that is soldiers. So that is here, and in here this is in the now I'm going to the Tibetan term duba tang sakpa. Duba. Pombala sopa yimbe dini jesu yola sakpa. What translated in here? Aggregates and homogeneous atoms, is that one? Based
Duba is when they aggregate, isn't it?
Forest, okay, now. Oh yeah, that's right.
Aggregations.
No, it says he maintains the arms and the forests are aggregation. That is the that is a duba, and the other one is sakpa. That is how he translated molecules. Pot, that is what he says. Homogeneous atom, molecule of homogeneous atom. That is sakpa. So, in other words, in Tibetan, there are these two terms, duba. So this individual individual collection of trees is called duba. Now, in a making a clay pot, these individual molecules are, in Tibetan, they are called sakpa. Literally, it means collection. Sakpa, collective atoms, and the aggregates atoms, if we use that different. Collective atoms, these are individual molecules, working together in one particular thing in this. So these, in other words, collective, the sakpa, the collective atoms in a molecule, the term, whereas molecules of homogeneous atom, now I'll use his own term, molecule of homogeneous atom in a pot, in a clay pot, is that clay pot is that in that pot, that clay pot is zayue. That means the substantial existence. The aggregation of individual trees, individual soldiers, that aggregation is called tagyu, the imputed nature, imputed existence. So in other words, here in the Tibetan, duba tang sakpa. So here he translated molecule of homogeneous atoms in a one clay pot, and that clay pot is substantial existence. Aggregation of individual trees, individual soldiers, the army and the forest, these are imputed existent phenomena. So that is here this debate is coming. Now he is not saying in the individual, in the collection of individual trees, in that collection of individual trees, in the one particular tree, it is not saying individual trees are the imputed nature, imputed phenomena. What he's saying is these aggregation of these individual trees forming forest is imputed existence. Molecule of homogeneous atoms, forming a pot is substantial existence, and that is what here differentiating. And why it is so important in here? It is important in the sense of how these things, like saying, the earlier, what is his name, Bhavivaveka says the shapes and the colors of this table cause my eye consciousness perceive shapes and colors of this table. Shapes and colors of this table. So now the argument is further move next step. Individual. That means the shapes and colors of this table, is what's called a referent condition of my eye consciousness perceiving this table. So does that mean the individual atoms of the shapes and colors of this table cause to perceive the eye consciousness perceive this, or collection of this, and that is the argument. What this coming? So in other words, the individual in this what you call the molecule homogeneous atom, they're all cause, cause perceived by my shape, my eye consciousness. So no matter how many molecules of the homogeneous atoms are here to form shapes and colors, they're all cause, they all are the referent object of my eye consciousness perceiving shapes and colors of this. So this collection, what you call duba, here the term is used, homogeneous. So that is the discussion in this case. Hence, okay, now Chesung. So that is the one point. In other words, up to here, what Tsongkhapa has done, Tsongkhapa has explains. Bhavivaveka asserts, this Madhyamika school master asserts existence of external phenomena. How he assert existence of external phenomena, and this is what we have seen earlier, that they are the sequential, the shapes and the colors caused my eye consciousness perceive it, and how it so that is now the one point. Now just then I want to move another point, then we will have a tea break. So next point that starts from the page 271, the middle of that paragraph, that the sentence starts, he even maintains that cognitions perceiving two moons, etc., would not arise without an external object supporting. Without external object supporting objective support, since such perception must arise based on apprehension of a one moon. So this is really giving the another reason according to this master. Even if in order to perceive, so for example, if there isn't a chair, if there isn't a one chair over there, if the in front of me is completely free of chair, then no matter how tightly, how strongly I squeeze my eyes, I will not perceive two chairs or four chairs. Perceiving two chairs or three chairs, when I squeeze my eyes, that is caused by having there's a chair. And that's what here it continues this part, and this is quite helpful, useful arguments. He argues that if there were external objects, scriptural declarations that sense cognition occur from objective conditions would be refuted, since their occurrence from objective condition would be impossible either conventionally or ultimately. That's a slightly different argument, so I will not go there. So now we'll have a short tea break. Yeah, we'll have a short tea break.
fine.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
What did you say?
I was just asking, when you say imputed existence, are you also saying it's a permanent phenomenon?
First, have gone tea. Come back then.
How long is it?
Sorry.
How long we have now?
Now we will finish by. You mean tea break or all together? When we finished?
No.
Tea break.
5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Tea break. Okay. It's quite. Oh no, more than 10 minutes. We'll come back. half past.
I think so. Is that what she said?
Yeah. We have tea break from 4:15 to 4:40.
Oh, 4:40?
Yeah, that's what it says.
What time is your train getting on?
My train is 6.
Marvellous. Mine's at 2 minutes to.
Okay.
Oh, my knees is cracking.
if you want.
When is your train?
6.
3?
6:30.
Okay. So you're later than mine.
Are you 6?
I think I'm 6, yeah. 3 minutes past 6 or something, 5 minutes past 6. Oh, yeah.
I know, I think we're 6:05.
Oh,
Yeah. I might see you there. You in the quiet coach?
I have no idea. I don't care.
The problem with the quiet coach is that you expect people to be quiet,
Yeah,
but often they aren't.
they are not. And also it's more crowded usually.
Geshe, can I make an announcement about transcribing?
Yes, you can
Just
do
in
that.
case.
Yes.
I mean,
Do you have anybody from here? No.
Fiona has volunteered to do so.
I think that will be enough, no?
I'm
Put it down.
not calling you out.
No, I have started, but I haven't got very far.
So she's volunteered to do so.
Yeah.
So I just thought I might ask if
Okay.
you could.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just before we start, I just wanted to make a short announcement that we have a project to transcribe these classes, and if it's something that you're interested in doing, then my name's Tree, and come and talk to me about it. It's a really good way to review the material, if you're quite keen on the material. It's a really nice way to review, to transcribe them. And we can just give you small amounts to do at a time, so it's not like we don't have to overwhelm you with too much at once. So anyway, my name's Tree, so if you're interested, then come and talk to me afterwards.
Oh yeah, so we'll start this last session, and yeah. So shall we start the session once again? Few mantra recitation together this time. Om Mane Padme Om Oh yeah. So people who have questions, can you wait a little bit, because I thought maybe better to finish my reading, then we'll have, when we have time, we'll have some questions and answer times. So now my reading, I will continue from page 271, the first paragraph, middle of that page. Therefore he does not accept. So now in this paragraph, Tsongkhapa explains Bhavivaveka. Bhavivaveka, Bhavivaveka does not agree, or Bhavivaveka does not assert existence of this, here he translated saying fundamental consciousness, or sometimes translated mind basis of all. So this is again Chittamatra, Chittamatra master, mind only school masters, unlike most of the Buddhist philosophical schools masters, this Chittamatra school's masters, they assert eight consciousnesses, 8 consciousnesses, 5 sense consciousnesses. On top of 5, the 6th one is the mental consciousness. On top of this mental consciousness, then mind only, which is these 6 are the very common, most of the Buddhist philosophical schools masters, they assert there are 6 main consciousnesses. 6 main consciousnesses. So yeah, main consciousnesses, main in order to contrast mental factors. Mental factors. Main should not be understood as some kind of principle, some kind of most important, not in that sense. The main consciousness just to contrast the mental factors. There are huge numbers of mental factors. There are also consciousnesses, there are also minds, but in the Buddhist the psychology text or Buddhist epistemological text, the minds or consciousnesses are divided into 2, main consciousness and the mental factor or the secondary consciousnesses. So this number in the main consciousness, generally most of the Buddhist philosophical schools masters, they say there are 6, but the mind only school, they have 8. So on the top of the 6 main consciousnesses, 5 sense consciousnesses, on top of that mental consciousness, on top of that they add two. The first one is called here, Bob translated saying fundamental consciousness, or sometimes translated mind basis of all. And that is the seventh. And the eighth, here he translated, as you can see, end of that paragraph. End of that paragraph, you can see saying addicted mentality. Addicted mentality, nyonyik, addicted, which I will come to explain that. So there are 8. So Tsongkhapa is saying, because of the previous reasons, the previous where the Bhavivaveka rejects, or Bhavivaveka asserts, the object and the subject, the mind and its object are cause and effect. Objects are causes, the minds are effects. In other words, minds arise, dependent on the causes. Causes, being their referent objects. Objects being their referent objects, then mind arises. This kind of sequential, the element. Therefore, and also some other reasons. What Tsongkhapa says, what you call them, the Bhavivaveka rejects existence of this, the fundamental consciousness. Mind-only school, there are several reasons why they assert mind basis whole or fundamental consciousness. One of the main reasons that said, just to touch on 2 main reasons. First reason is for the Chittamatra school. For the Chittamatra school, when when we say individual, when we say person, when we say something goes from this life to next life, not without changing, of course constantly changing because being impermanent, but still a person, a individual, something goes from this life to next life. If we need to posit something, what is that? What is the person? What is the individual? What is the the thing that goes from this life to next life? That that kind of representation, the representation of the person, representation of the individual, the representation of going from this life to next life. So for the Chittamatra, if there isn't this mind basis whole, this the fundamental consciousness, then for them it is very, very difficult. So that is the one reason the Chittamatra school assert this fundamental consciousness, or the mind basis whole. The second reason is, according to Chittamatra, when we act, any kind of action, negative or positive action or neutral action, when the action stops, ceases, these actions leave propensities, or the imprints, pakchak in Tibetan. So these propensities, these the imprints to survive until they result, after they encountering other conditions, then produce the result, positive or negative. There must be a something. And that something cannot be the physical body, cannot be the any kind of this, and then it should be some kind of stable, in terms of the stable in the sense of not changing from negative to positive, and like that, and also continuation, like a continues from life after life. So for that kind of things should be there. Otherwise, how my today's action, when the action finish, the propensity, the imprints to produce it result something tomorrow or next week or next year or even next life. Why? How it possible if there is some kind of secure, the environment? And that is what the second reason why they bring this what you call the fundamental consciousness or the mind basis of all. So, but for Bhavivaveka, that is not, here Bhavivaveka is not rejecting the existence of propensity, not rejecting existence of what you call the mental the imprints when we act after action cease. He's not rejecting existence of propensity. What he is rejecting is that kind of the mind called what you call the mind basis of all. And another reason is for the Chittamatian school, how they explain the existence of these chairs and tables and bodies and so on and so forth. They come into being. These things are come into being. These propensities, these imprints, which are on this mind basis wall, when these imprints are encounter with the right conditions, and these imprints, split into two, and half become the object to be perceived, and half become the subject, which is the perceiver. So this kind of because Bhavivaveka rejects that sort of existence, therefore that kind of philosophy, therefore here he rejects it. This is now this number 8 here he translated saying addicted mentality, unique. I use slightly different term. Afflicted mind, yeah, afflicted mind. That it doesn't matter. Here he's addicted. It is a similar. It is at this. It is the mind. That like in the general term that we say we all have self-grasping or person. We all grasp there's a something as a person in this mind and body, some kind of intrinsic, in some kind of the substantial, and that is in generally, and this mind, this addicted mentality has similar function. According to mind only schools, this mind, function of this mind is looking at the mind basis of all this fundamental consciousness, and seeing within it or itself as some kind of person, some kind of individual. And that is what here, that's not really that important to talk in here, but the point here is central consciousness definitely indicates a self. Yeah, he explained that. Anyway, so this paragraph, Tsongkhapa explains Bhavivaveka does not assert these two, mind basis of all and the addicted mentality. Now then the next paragraph continues, next paragraph. The first few lines in the next paragraph. Here again, one important observation is done by Tsongkhapa. So, according to Tsongkhapa, Bhavivaveka does not, believe, does not assert existence of this another mental state mind, which is called in Tibetan, which is called rangrik. Quite often translated self-awareness, rangrik. And here the Bob translated saying a perceptive self-consciousness. Yeah, is it like that? A perceptive self-consciousness, rangrik. Now this mental state, again, it has a deep sort of, the philosophical reason too. Mind-only school assert this. Also some other Buddhist philosophical school assert existence of this mind. The rangrik, this, the self-awareness. I will translate, like keep it simple. Self-awareness. It is the function. For example, according to mind-only school, the mechanism that I will remember, hopefully, who are there, my today's class, So if while I'm going down to London in the train, if I or tomorrow if I the mechanism to remember such and such person is in my class that Saturday. It has a mechanism is what these Chittamatra masters and the people who who assert this, the self-awareness. It is this mental state. It is called rangrik, self-awareness. Self-awareness in the sense of my eye consciousness, seeing you, seeing your get bored face or or confused face or very interest face, seeing that, and me to remembering it, while my eye consciousness seeing it, in that process of seeing, there is also mechanism, in that seeing it, there's also mechanism to, the rangrik is, the awaying, the eye consciousness is seeing the facial expressions of the individuals. So there's this, the external, the seeing my eye consciousness, seeing your facial expression, same time there's this awareness, my eye consciousness seeing your facial expression. So this is called rangrik. Rang, individual or self. Rik means aware, self-awareness. So this is the mechanism to remember. If this is not there, although I will see your facial expression, the remembering will be not there. Don't ask those disease, the brain disease. Don't ask those things. I have no idea. But that is the Buddhist, what we are talking about. It is not all the Buddhist philosophical school masters, not necessarily they say that, they need to be there. But this mind-only school, they say that. And some other Buddhist philosophical masters also say that. Shenrik, rangrik. Shenrik, that means, aware of the others. That means aware of the objects, its objects. Rangrik means aware itself. This aware its object and awares itself. And this is, sorry.
So this is Shenrik. Your left hand is Shenrik.
Yeah, this is Shenrik.
And your right hand is Rangrik.
Rangrik, yeah, that's right. So that is, but this master said no, and some other Madhyamika school masters strongly reject that existence of that kind of mental states. The point here is this. If we need something, something to sort of certified that your eye consciousness have seen, the facial expression. We may need another one. You may need another one. That's the one problem. The second problem is this kind of assertion is if we need something to certify that your eye consciousness has seen facial expression, it is the sign of believing there's some kind of intrinsic. There's some kind of intrinsic or inherent to be supported, to give support. What you are seeing, it is not good enough. Your eye consciousness seeing facial expression, just seeing is not good enough. There need to be some kind of certified, and that is the sign of the particularly madhyamika pasangika like Chandakirti. For it is just what you're seeing. It's just yourself. There's no more than that you need. And that these are the later will come when we talk about difference between the Chitta Martin, among the Madhyamika school masters. So this is what he is rejecting. Okay. Namshi chiru yu nangwa tang number 3 mi nangwa zimba namnyong ngon nangwe namshi ni rang nang tang yu do nangwa shen ni su chungwa tang yu do nangwa ngama nyongwa de. Okay, there is a nice explanation in the Tsongkhapa's text. Now then, end of that the page 271, there is just before that line from the bottom, line 3, there's this: his system seems to agree with the master Gyanagarbha, and this is one of the another important Madhyamika master Ishinyingpo, Gyanagarbha. So in other words, Gyanagarbha and what is name, the Bhavivaveka. Bhavivaveka seems have a similar, the viewpoints in that, Ningbo Tanye do rangi tsingi ume su tawa yang Tanye do rangi tsingi tuba migoba. So there's some kind of conclusion, isn't it? It says this: his system seems to agree with the master Gyanagarbha's interpretation of the central way, that's the middle way, insofar as he also does not refute intrinsically identifiable status. That is a very important one, which we talked this morning a lot. So in other words, Gyanagarbha and Bhavivaveka, they both assert, although they are Madhyamika school master, middle way school master, still they assert, they believe, intrinsically identifiable entity or status in the things and events, conventionally. And he also maintained the existence of external things, which we just talk about briefly. Okay, now that is I'm going to stop here. So my next visit in June, we have gone through. I'll promise I will not repeat again, and this time I did lots of repetition. Next June I will start from this third outline, and hopefully my plan is to go to the next again, the group of Madhyamika schools interpretation by Tsongkhapa. Two great important masters, Shankarakshita and Kamalashila. Shankarakshita, who came to Tibet, and Kamalashila, also came to Tibet, and a very, very important Madhyamika schoolmaster, but much later compared to Bhavivaveka. Bhavivaveka was 4th, 5th century master, and these two were 9th, 10th, so almost 500 years gap. But very, very important figure in terms of the how Madhyamika middle way schools philosophy teachings come to Tibet. Very, very important, two important figures. So, and that's what here next hopefully I will go up to my next visit. People who like to prepare, if you read until page 277, then we will have a quite good ground to discuss. Okay, now if you have some questions. Yes.
If Bhavivaveka denies the storehouse consciousness exists, where would he think that the Pakchaka, the seeds, reside? I'm quite confidently say, I think he would say, on the consciousness, sixth mental consciousness. Right. I think that is quite common in the apart from the middle way school. It is part common to all the Buddhist philosophical schools. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? You have a question?
Yeah. When you're splitting the world into substantial and imputed existence, are we right to say that imputed existence means permanent phenomena?
Imputed existence as a permanent phenomena. Now, here you need to look at in a general term, and very come down to the specific. Now, I will use the debating language in here. If it is imputed phenomena, not necessarily permanent thing. Imputed phenomena, imputed existence or imputed phenomena as a general, yes, it is permanent. But if it is imputed phenomena, it's not necessarily the permanent, like person, like the individual.
So person itself is permanent because it's a generality. But if
No. Now this is you cannot apply everything. All the generals are permanent. You can't apply that. Why? In this case, why I said imputed phenomena as a general is permanent, because there are imputed phenomena which are permanence, imputed phenomena which are impermanence. In that case, the Buddhist, the philosophical, the language, generally it is permanent.
Because there's instances of both.
Yeah, because there are two, the permanent, imputed phenomena which are permanence, imputed phenomena which are impermanence. When it comes to that, then, like for example, the general, what's called the Sheja. How to translate in English? Object to be known, object of knowledge, or as a general, we say it's permanent because they are permanent object of knowledge. There's also impermanent. So these are the very the debating language term.
But I'm only asking because when I'm trying to understand, say what the I is, when you say going through the emptiness meditations and all that, the I itself, is that permanent? I mean,
No.
So what would you use if I was to say,
Why you say I is permanent?
Because it doesn't change moment by moment.
It does.
Well, I mean, isn't that part of it, that it appears permanent?
No. You are completely wrong. In that case, I will say very strongly.
So then,
because your meaning of change is very narrow. Your meaning of change, your understanding of the meaning of change might be I become something others,
or I become non-I. If your meaning of change in that very narrow sense, then you can argue. But this, the subject to change, the Buddhist concept of impermanence is very, very wide, has a wide meaning. It is not just table become book, so table change into book, not in that sense. So for me, your meaning of change is just in that narrow sense.
Well, I thought like one cause in the next moment to the next moment to the next moment.
That is also,
Which eye are you talking about? Which eye is this that you're
Well, exactly, that's what I'm asking. If I was to say to Geshe Tashi, consider the subject the I.
Any I.
Which is
Any
it?
eye.
Permanent.
Any I.
Mistaken eye
is it?
and the...
Mistaken I, or the real I,
You would say,
or existing I.
you'd say it is impermanent.
Yeah, it is impermanent.
Even though it's conceptually designated.
Yeah.
But I thought if it's conceptually designated, it's necessarily.
No, that's not true.
Think about that one.
Okay. Anything? Okay, maybe we'll stop here now. It's coming. Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
just ask one thing?
Yes.
I don't know if I can actually ask the question that I have.
Mhm.
I'll just give it a shot. So, we were talking about this at lunch a little bit. We were talking about Bhavivaveka's definition of the object to be negated.
Yes.
Being this thing which is, that thing would be something which wasn't posited by an unimpaired mind.
Mm.
And instead comes into existence uniquely from its own right, from its own side.
Mm.
And then I'm really struggling to kind of match that up with somebody who also holds the position that, you need to have a chair there in order to see two chairs when you squeeze your eye.
Mm.
Because it seems like he'd just be cool with having the chair there, and he wouldn't want to establish he wouldn't want to define emptiness through something having to be posited by, so dependent on an unimpaired mind.
Mm.
If he wants that chair to be there in order for
Yes.
the mistaken thing to happen.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes. I think that is if you look at the difference between the Chandrakirti, Bhavivaveka, and the later Shankarakshita and the Kamalashila on the one hand, and the Chandrakirti and the Buddhapalita on the other hand. For the Chandrakirti and the Buddhapalita, existence, is defined just mere label, nothing to do with objectively.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Mere label on a valid basis.
Yeah.
Valid
The valid basis is really very much later, the Tsongkhapa's, how Tsongkhapa.
Is that his innovation?
You can say that because some of the, anyway, I'll not put that strongly, but Bhavivaveka and Shankarakshita, those masters, for them, just conventional labeling, mere labeling is not good enough to say it exists. So for them, it is like a half-half. The unimpaired mind labeling, projecting, labeling, or perceiving, something also be there as a something.
It needs
this.
Needs to be there.
Object needs to be there.
The object needs
Yeah. Otherwise, it will not work. And that is.
But it also needs the mind to be there.
No, because these two are sequence, isn't it? Sequential. It is not simultaneous.
Yeah.
Sequential.
So it's mainly the object.
Object, yes, but again, when you come into say perceive, then it has this kind of. The mainly here, the sequential is really the important part of the argument. Now, being sequential, therefore, it has this kind of, the coming into being, coming into existence, has some kind of gradual. It is not just the label, conventional label.
And is that also tied up then with his definition of emptiness. Because there is that kind of sequence happening, things aren't happening by themselves.
No, I don't think it makes that much difference in terms of the emptiness in here. The negation that what he identified, this, Lonamel Nang Shawa Maimba, when that kind of reality, when that kind of status does not exist, when somebody sees that kind of status does not there within the person or within the thing, that is seeing the emptiness. Okay. Oh yeah. So we will. What is it?
You can just write that in the book.
If you transcribe it, you'll be able to listen to it again.
Oh yeah. So we'll stop here. Prayer book, page 28, praises to 21 paras, and the dedication. Om Je Tzu Ma Pama Doma La Cha Tse Lo Chan Tse Doma Nyu Ma Pa Mo Jene Ge Je Lo Dan Da Ma Jik Den Sum Gun Chu Ji She Ji Kesa Chi Wa Le Ne Jo Ma Chan Tse Dong Ge Da Wa Gun Do Ka Wa Jene Zik Be She Ma Ka Ma Dong Da Tso Ba Nam Ji Rab Do Che We We Ra Ba Ma Chan Tse Seng Yu Chu Ne Je Ji Peme Chane Nambara Je Ma Jimba Zundu Gado She Wa Soba Samden Ju Nye Ma Chanze Deshin Shebe Zudo Tae Nambara Jawa Je Ma Malu Paro Jimba Tobe Jawe Seji Shindu Den Ma Chanze Duda Rahon Yege Duda Choda Namga Kama Jiden Dumbo Shabji Nende Luba Meba Guba Numa Chanze Jajin Mela Tsamba Longla Naso Wanju Chema Jombo Roland Tisa Namda Nujun Soji Dune Dema Chanze Teje Chadang Peje Paro Togo Rabdo Choma Egon Yenjang Shabji Nende Meba Chuba Shindu Chanze Dure Jigba Chenpo Deje Bao Nambara Choma Cheje Shene Chonye Denze Tao Tamje Malu Sema Chanze Gunjo Sumzen Chaje Seme Toga Nambara Jema Malu Choje Kolo Jembe Ranje Weje Sonama Chanze Rabdo Gawa Jebe Ujin Weje Chenwa Bema Sheba Rabshe Doda Raye Doda Jigden Wandu Zema Chanze Sashi Jongwe Zonam Tamje Guba Numa Nima Chonye Yewa Pongba Tamje Nambara Drama Chanze Dawe Dombo Ujin Jamba Tamje Shindo Parama Rebe Chene Waba Mele Tabra Shindo Werava Zema Chanze Gebe Tama Meta Barwe Tingwe Une Nema Yeja Yungum Kune Koge Tae Pungne Nambara Joma Chanze Sashi Ngola Chage Teji Nujin Shabje Doma Chonye Jenze Yige Honge Rimba Dumbo Namni Gema Chanze Dema Gema Shema Nyangen Deshin Ju Nyema Sowa Omda Yanda Dembe Digba Chenpo Jomba Nyema Chanze Kune Korava Gawe Chaye Lune Nambara Gema Yige Jube Ngani Gobe Rigba Hongle Joma Nyema Chanze Ture Shamni Dabe Honge Nambe Sabe Nyema Rira Menda Radang Beje Jigden Sumna Yewa Nyema Chanze Lai Tsoye Nambe Rida Dajin Chana Nama Dara Niju Peje Yege Duna Malu Bani Sema Chanze Lai Tsonam Gebo Hadang Miam Jidema Kune Goja Gawa Jeje Zeda Melwa Ngemba Sema Chanze Nima Dawa Jebe be Chinye Pola Verosema Hara Niju Tudarayi Shindo Takbe Rimne Sema Chanze Tini Somnam Gobe Shive Tudayanda Dema Tudarona Nijun Sonam Chomba Dure Rapcho Nima Zawe Ngati Deba Deta Chanze Wane Nishu Zaji. Dedications in the last page. Chanjo Sem Chore Boche Ma Che Pa Nam Che Juro Che Che Pa Nyam Pa Me Pa Ya Kone Kondo Pe Wa Sho Tobze Changshin Jamgun Jawe Ten Zenjo Bewe Gunsu Toboro Ze Chosom Gowe Lengme Tojo Ba Dazo Duje Gundo Shabden Sho Kare Rawe Korwe Shinkam De Pendan Dewa Malu Jongwe Ne Chere Sewa Tenzin Jazo Yin Shabe Sede Pado Tenjo Je. Oh yeah, thank you.
Isla, thank you so much for coming to Leeds again, and thank you for continuing to agree to come to Leeds and help us understand emptiness. No, I said thank you. Please do continue. do continue. And Isla will be coming next on the 11th of June. Our new summer program is out. We haven't got a couple of releases summer program there. That's what we're going to make in the next few months. And tomorrow is book club with our very own scholar here, Tim Smith. What time is that? 11. How are we doing issue 1 and 2?
Yeah, step by step. Like issue 1 show, so back and back. Tomorrow we'll do death.
Oh yeah.
What is the book?
That's a good one. I agree.